Welcome to What If? Sleep story and soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The velvet curtains exhaled a soft perfume of dust and rosewater as they stirred in the gentle draught. Outside, Milan's early evening air carried the distant chime of church bells, their bronze voices drifting through the city like memory itself. Backstage at La Scala Opera House, Madame Elena Bellini paused, her fingers brushing against the cold surface of her vanity mirror. Something felt different tonight. A whisper of unease that seemed out of place among the familiar sounds of an orchestra, tuning their instruments beyond the curtain. Her gaze caught on a champagne flute that hadn't been there moments before, a delicate ribbon tied around its stem in a shade of crimson that matched her costume precisely. Milan in 1932 possessed a particular kind of elegance, one that balanced precariously between the fading grandeur of the pre-war era and the sleek promises of modernity. The Teatro alla Scala stood as a monument to this duality, its neoclassical facade gazing serenely over the Piazza della Scala, while inside, electric lights had long since replaced the gaslit chandeliers of the previous century. Tonight, these lights illuminated the theatre's 6 tiers of boxes, each draped in rich crimson velvet and filled with Milan's elite, their jewels catching the light like constellations trapped inside the grand dome of the opera house. The theatre itself seemed to breathe with anticipation. For nearly 2 centuries, La Scala had been the beating heart of opera, where Verdi had triumphed and Puccini had wept, where voices soared and sometimes careers shattered on the unforgiving rocks of Milan's discerning audience. Its acoustics were said to be so perfect that a whisper on stage could reach the farthest seat in the house, which meant, as the veteran performers often warned newcomers, that so too could the smallest mistake. Outside, automobiles purred to a stop along the wide avenue, disgorging passengers wrapped in furs and fine wool despite the mild September evening. The women's dresses reflected the transitional fashions of the early 30s. Hemlines had crept back down after the scandalous heights of the 20s, but shoulders remained bare, and waistlines had begun their migration back to their natural position after a decade of boyish silhouettes. The men were more uniform in their white tie and tails, though the more discerning eye might note the varying quality of the tailoring that separated old money from new. The opera house doormen, resplendent in their gold-braided uniforms, bowed with practiced deference as Milan's aristocracy, industrial magnates, and cultural elite passed through the grand doors and into the marble-floored foyer. Here, beneath ornate ceilings painted with mythological scenes, the ritual of seeing and being seen played out as it had for generations. Contessas nodded coolly to rivals, industrialists closed deals with casual handshakes, and artists and intellectuals clustered together, their animated conversations forming eddies in the slow-moving current of the crowd. In one such eddy stood a somewhat unusual figure shorter than most of the Italian gentlemen surrounding him, with a head shaped rather like an egg and a magnificent moustache that appeared to have been waxed with mathematical precision. Hercule Poirot, the renowned Belgian detective, had not come to Milan with the expectation of working. Rather, he had accepted the invitation of an old friend, Maestro Giuseppe Venturi, the conductor who would lead tonight's performance of Puccini's Tosca. Poirot was enjoying a much-needed holiday, taking in the art and architecture of northern Italy, and the opportunity to see La Scala and particularly to see the legendary Elena Bellini in the role of Floria Tosca was one he could not resist. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot!" Maestro Venturi's voice rose above the gentle murmur of the crowd. The conductor approached, resplendent in his formal attire, his silver hair gleaming under the chandeliers. "I am so pleased you could attend tonight. Madame Bellini is in magnificent voice. Truly, you have chosen the perfect evening for your first visit to our humble establishment." Poirot's eyes twinkled with amusement at the description of the world-famous opera house as humble, but he merely inclined his head. "The pleasure is mine, my friend." The acoustics of this theatre are legendary, and I have heard that Madame Bellini's Tosca is not to be missed. Indeed, indeed, the maestro agreed, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Though between us, my friend, the backstage drama nearly rivals Puccini's this evening. Our prima donna and her understudy, Sophia Ricci, have been engaged in what you might call a Cold War these past weeks. And then there is Carlo Bianchi, our Cavaradossi, a magnificent tenor, but his romantic entanglements. The conductor made an expressive gesture with his hands. Let us just say that his art imitates his life perhaps too closely when he sings of dangerous love. Poirot raised an eyebrow, but was prevented from inquiring further by the gentle chiming of bells announcing that the performance would soon begin. The crowd began to move with increased purpose toward the doors leading into the auditorium. "Ah, duty calls," Venturi said with a slight bow. "Enjoy the performance, my friend." "We shall speak afterwards, perhaps? A glass of champagne to celebrate what I am certain will be a triumph." As the conductor disappeared into the crowd, Poirot made his way to his seat, an excellent one in the centre of the stalls, close enough to appreciate the performer's expressions, but not so close as to strain the neck. The famous detective settled comfortably, noting with approval the excellent sight lines and the plush comfort of the seating. Around him, the theatre continued to fill, a soft rustle of silk and murmured conversation creating a gentle symphony of expectation. The lights dimmed gradually, and a hush fell over the audience, that magical moment of collective anticipation that precedes great art. The conductor's entrance was met with polite applause as he took his position before the orchestra. He raised his baton, and the first ominous chords of Tosca filled the vast space. Meanwhile, backstage Elena Bellini was making her final preparations. At 42, she remained one of opera's greatest sopranos, though she was acutely aware that younger voices waited in the wings, quite literally in the case of Sophia Ricci, her 26-year-old understudy, whose ambition was as evident as her talent. Eleanor's dresser, Maria, fussed with the fall of her costume, a sumptuous recreation of early 19th century Roman fashion, as befitted her role as the celebrated singer Floria Tosca. "The house is full tonight, madame," Maria said softly, as she adjusted a curl that had escaped from Elena's carefully styled coiffure. "They say the Belgian detective is in attendance, you know, the famous one with the funny moustache." Eleanor smiled faintly at her reflection. "Hercule Poirot? How interesting. I wonder what brings him to Milan." Her eyes drifted again to the champagne flute that had appeared so mysteriously. It was a tradition for admirers to send champagne to the diva before a performance, but usually such gifts came with cards or were at least announced by the stage manager. This one had simply materialized, as if placed by a ghost. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "5 minutes, Madame Bellini," called the assistant stage manager's voice. Elena rose from her seat with the grace of long practice. She had played Tosca more times than she could count, but the role never failed to thrill her. Tosca, passionate, jealous, ultimately tragic, was a character that allowed a soprano to display every facet of her art, from tender love to fiery rage to final despair. "My gloves! Maria!" she said, extending her hands. As the dresser slipped the long white gloves over her fingers, Eleanor glanced once more at the mysterious champagne. A pre-performance toast was another tradition, one she rarely indulged in, believing alcohol before singing to be professionally reckless. But tonight something compelled her. Perhaps it was the sense of unease that had followed her all day, or perhaps it was simply the knowledge that Poirot himself sat in the audience, a witness whose approval she suddenly, irrationally desired. "Just a sip," she murmured, reaching for the glass. The champagne was perfectly chilled, the crystal flute beading with condensation. She lifted it to her lips and took the smallest taste enough to feel the bubbles dance on her tongue and for the crisp, slightly sweet flavour to register. It was excellent champagne, as one would expect from an offering at La Scala. Setting the glass down, Elena took a deep breath and stepped into the corridor, where the familiar organised chaos of a major production in progress swirled around him. Stagehands moved massive set pieces with surprising delicacy. chorus members in their Roman costumes gathered in nervous clusters, and somewhere a violin was playing a passage over and over, perhaps a last-minute rehearsal of a tricky phrase. As she made her way toward the stage, Elena passed Sophia Ricci, who was engaged in what appeared to be an intense but whispered conversation with Carlo Bianchi, the tenor who would play Cavaradossi to Elena's Tosca. They fell silent as she approached, Sophia's perfect features arranging themselves into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Madame Bellini," she said, with a small curtsy that managed to seem both respectful and slightly mocking. "May you have a memorable performance." There was something in the way she emphasized memorable that caused Elena to pause, but Carlo stepped forward, his handsome face breaking into a warm smile. "Elena, you look radiant tonight," he said, taking her hand and bringing it to his lips in a gesture that was pure Italian gallantry. Elena smiled despite herself. Carlo was 15 years her junior, but their on-stage chemistry was undeniable, and there had been a brief period, after his debut at La Scala 2 years ago, when that chemistry had spilled into real life. It had ended amicably enough, these things often did in the opera world, but there remained between them a current of awareness that made their performances as the ill-fated lovers particularly convincing. "Thank you, Carlo," she replied, withdrawing her hand gently. "Is everything well?" "You seemed deep in conversation." A flicker of something, concern, alarm, passed over the tenor's face, but his smile never wavered. "Merely last-minute nerves." Sophia was kind enough to distract me from them. Before Elena could respond, the stage manager appeared, his perpetually harried expression more pronounced than usual. "Places, please!" Act 1 begins in 2 minutes. The familiar flutter of pre-performance excitement displaced Elena's vague concerns. She moved to her position in the wings, closing her eyes briefly to centre herself, to become Tosca, the celebrated singer, the jealous lover, the woman whose passion would lead to tragedy. The opera began with the orchestra painting the ominous chords that represented the villain Scarpia, before giving way to the more lyrical passages as the fugitive Angelotti sought refuge in the church where Carlo's character, the painter Cavaradossi, was working on a mural. Elena listened from the wings, allowing the music to flow through her, preparing for her entrance. When it came, she swept onto the stage with the confident grace of a woman who knows she's both talented and beautiful, her voice rising clear and strong in her jealous questioning of her lover. The first act proceeded flawlessly. The audience was responsive, their applause generous after each aria. As Elena moved through her role, she became aware of a slight dryness in her throat, unusual but not alarming. She had a brief break while the set was changed for the second act, and she used it to sip water and rest her voice. "You were magnificent in Act 1, came a voice from behind her. Elena turned to see Maestro Venturi, who had left the orchestra pit during the interval and come backstage. "Thank you, Giuseppe," she replied, smiling at the conductor who'd guided her through so many performances. "The orchestra is in fine form tonight." "As are you, my dear." Though, he peered at her with sudden concern. "You look a little flushed. Are you feeling well?" Elena waved away his concern. "It's nothing. Perhaps a touch of stage heat." But as she spoke, she became aware that the dryness in her throat had intensified, and there was a curious numbness beginning to spread across her tongue. The 5-minute call for Act 2 sounded, and the conductor reluctantly returned to the pit. Elena tried to clear her throat, reaching again for her water. As she drank, she caught sight of her reflection in a backstage mirror, and was startled to see that Venturi was right. Her cheeks were flushed and unnatural pink, and there was a slight sheen of perspiration on her forehead despite the theatre's excellent ventilation. The second act of Tosca contained some of the most demanding music for the soprano, including the famous aria Visi Dai lived for Art Tosca's heartfelt prayer, as she faced an impossible choice between her lover's life and her own honour. As Elena took her place on the set, now transformed into Scarpia's apartments in the Palazzo Farnese, she felt a flutter of genuine unease. The numbness in her mouth was spreading, making it difficult to articulate certain consonants, and there was a peculiar light-headedness creeping over her. Nevertheless, she was a professional. The show must go on. It was the first commandment of the theatre. When her cue came, she began to sing, forcing her voice to cooperate despite the growing discomfort. The audience, caught up in the drama, seemed not to notice anything amiss, though she thought she saw a flicker of concern cross Carlo's face during one of their duets. It was during Visidate that Elena realised something was truly wrong. As she began the aria, kneeling centre stage in her supplication to God, the lights of the theatre seemed to waver and blur. Her voice, normally so precise and controlled, felt as though it were coming from somewhere outside herself. She struggled to maintain the pitch, to shape the phrases as she had countless times before. In the orchestra pit, Maestro Venturi frowned, his baton never faltering, but his eyes fixed on his prima donna with growing alarm. Elena Bellini was many things, temperamental at times, demanding always but never, in all their years of collaboration, had she been anything less than technically perfect. In the audience, Hercule Poirot leaned forward slightly, his keen eyes noting the subtle signs of distress that might have escaped a less observant viewer. The soprano's face had taken on a strange rigidity, and her breathing seemed laboured between phrases. On stage, Elena felt as though she was swimming through molasses. The final notes of the aria approached, the soaring, plaintive cry that never failed to move audiences to tears. She gathered what remained of her strength, her training, her will, and pushed her voice upward toward that crystalline high note. The note emerged, pure and perfect, hanging in the air like a star, and then, as the orchestra completed the phrase, Elena Bellini, the greatest Tosca of her generation, crumpled to the stage floor in a heap of silk and velvet. For a moment, a heartbeat no more, there was silence. Perhaps the audience thought it a dramatic choice, an unusual interpretation of the staging. But then Carlo Bianchi broke character, rushing to Elena's side with a cry that had nothing to do with Puccini's score. The baritone playing Scarpia followed, and within seconds the illusion of a 19th century Rome had shattered completely. "A doctor!" Carlo's voice carried even without amplification, a testament to his training. "Is there a doctor in the house?" The curtain began to lower as stagehands rushed onto the stage. In the audience, a distinguished-looking man in evening dress was already making his way toward the pit, presumably answering the call for medical assistance. Maestro Venturi had abandoned his podium and was climbing the steps to the stage, his face ashen. And in the centre of the stalls, Hercule Poirot remained perfectly still, his mind already beginning to sort through the curious details he had observed throughout the evening. The tension between the diva and her understudy, the whispered conversation with the tenor, the unexplained flush that had appeared on Elena's cheeks long before the physical demands of the performance should have produced such an effect. "Pardon, monsieur," he said, detaining an usher who was attempting to calm the now murmuring audience. "I am Hercule Poirot. I believe I may be of some assistance in this matter. Would you be so kind as to escort me backstage?" The usher, recognising the name if not the face, hesitated only briefly before nodding. "This way, sir." As Poirot followed the young man through a side door and down a narrow corridor that led behind the scenes, the sounds of confusion and distress grew louder. He caught fragments of urgent conversation in rapid Italian, calls for an ambulance, demands for space, someone sobbing in a corner. They emerged into the wings, where a crowd had gathered around the fallen diva. The doctor from the audience was kneeling beside her, his dinner jacket discarded, his manner professionally calm despite the chaos surrounding him. "Pulses weak and rapid," he was saying to no one in particular. "Pupils dilated. Has she taken anything? Any medications, any alcohol?" "Just water, as far as I know," Maestro Venturi replied, his hands fluttering helplessly. "She never drinks before a performance." Poirot's eyes narrowed as he scanned the scene. His gaze fell on a young woman standing slightly apart from the group, beautiful, with the perfect posture of a trained singer, her face a mask of shock that did not quite conceal a gleam of something else in her dark eyes. "Mademoiselle Ricci, I presume," he murmured to himself. Before he could approach her, there was a commotion as two men in uniform pushed through the crowd carrying a stretcher. The ambulance had arrived with remarkable speed. A benefit, perhaps, of La Scala's prominence and proximity to the hospital. "Excuse me," Poirot said, touching the doctor's arm as he rose to make way for the medics. "I am Hercule Poirot. May I ask your opinion on what has afflicted Madame Bellini?" The doctor looked at him sharply. "Poirot," the detective. When Poirot inclined his head in confirmation, the doctor lowered his voice. "I cannot be certain without tests, but these symptoms, the rapid onset, the apparent difficulty articulating, the collapse, are consistent with certain types of poisoning." "Poisoning," Poirot repeated softly, his eyes moving to the chaos around Elena as she was carefully transferred to the stretcher. "See, of course, it could be natural causes," the doctor added hastily. "A stroke, perhaps, though she seems rather young. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the possibility. Indeed," Poirot agreed, "one must consider all possibilities." As the medics prepared to transport Elena from the theatre, Carlo Bianchi appeared at Poirot's elbow. The tenor's handsome face was drawn with concern, his stage makeup incongruous with his genuine distress. "Monsieur Poirot," he said in accented but fluent French, "Giuseppe told me who you are. If what the doctor suspects is true, if someone has harmed Elena, will you help? Will you discover the truth?" Poirot regarded the young man thoughtfully. "You believe there is a truth to be discovered?" Monsieur Carlo's eyes darted around the crowded backstage area, lingering briefly on various figures, Sophia Ricci, still standing apart. A distinguished older man who appeared to be the theatre's manager, now engaged in urgent conversation with Maestro Venturi. A stagehand who was whispering to another while glancing repeatedly at the stretcher. "I believe," Carlo said carefully, "that Elena has many admirers, but also those who might wish to see her indisposed. La Scala is not merely a theatre, Monsieur Poirot. It is a battlefield where careers are made and broken." Poirot nodded slowly. "I understand, and yes, Monsieur Bianchi, I will investigate this matter, for the sake of Madame Bellini and for the sake of truth, which, like art, deserves our devotion." As the stretcher bearing the unconscious diva disappeared through the stage door, Poirot turned his attention fully to his surroundings. The backstage area of La Scala was a labyrinth of passageways, dressing rooms and storage spaces, filled now with the confused and worried personnel of the interrupted production. His eyes fell on Elena's dressing room, its door standing ajar in the chaos. Moving quietly, he approached and peered inside. The room was empty of people, but full of the evidence of a diva's preparation. Costumes hung carefully on a rack, makeup scattered across the vanity, flowers from admirers filling every available surface. And there, on the vanity, stood a single champagne flute, a crimson ribbon tied around its stem, a small amount of the sparkling wine still pooled in the bottom. Poirot's eyebrows rose as he noted this detail. He did not enter the room, that would come later when he had established his authority to investigate, but he committed the scene to memory, his methodical mind already beginning to construct the framework of what promised to be a most intriguing case. The Opera House murder had begun its first act, and like the opera itself, this drama would unfold in movements of passion, jealousy, and deadly ambition before the final curtain fell. The chaos backstage at La Scala had transformed into a tense hush as the ambulance carrying Elena Bellini disappeared into the Milan night, its siren cutting through the evening air like a soprano's high note. Inside the theatre, the audience had been politely but firmly informed that due to an unexpected medical emergency, the performance would not continue. They filed out now in subdued clusters, their evening of artistic transcendence replaced by the morbid thrill of potential tragedy. The whispers were already beginning. Had the great Bellini suffered a stroke, a heart attack, or was it something more sensational? Hercule Poirot remained in the wings, observing the aftermath with the quiet attention that had made him famous throughout Europe. The Belgian detective's mind was cataloguing details with methodical precision. The exact placement of the champagne flute in Elena's dressing room, the curious flush that had preceded her collapse, the constellation of relationships that swirled around the diva like planets around a brilliant but unstable star. Monsieur Poirot, Maestro Venturi approached. his face drawn with concern. "The theatre manager has placed a small conference room at our disposal. I've taken the liberty of asking several people to remain behind, those closest to Elena and those who might have observed anything unusual this evening." "That is most helpful, my friend," Poirot replied with a slight bow. "Though I must emphasize that at this moment we do not know with certainty that a crime has been committed, but the doctor said—" "The good doctor suggested poisoning as one possibility among several," Poirot corrected gently. "Let us not allow speculation to race ahead of facts. However," he added, noting the conductor's distress, "prudence suggests we should gather information while memories are fresh." The conference room was tucked away in the administrative wing of the opera house, far from the public areas. It was a handsome space with a long mahogany table surrounded by comfortable chairs, walls lined with framed photographs of legendary performances throughout La Scala's illustrious history. Poirot couldn't help but notice a striking portrait of Elena Bellini herself, considerably younger, in the role of Violetta from La Traviata. Even captured in a still image, her presence was magnetic, her eyes seeming to hold secrets just beyond the viewer's understanding. The room gradually filled with a curious assemblage of individuals. Carlo Bianchi entered first, still in his Cavaradossi costume, though he had removed the more elaborate elements. He paced the room with the restless energy of a caged animal, occasionally pausing to stare out the window at the Milano streetlights. Sophia Ricci arrived next, her understudy's costume exchanged for fashionable evening dress, as if she'd been prepared to attend the after-party rather than perform. She chose a seat at the far end of the table, her posture perfect, her expression carefully composed. They were joined by Antonio Russo, the theatre's manager, a distinguished man in his 60s with silver hair and the perpetually harried expression of someone responsible for both artistic excellence and financial solvency. With him came Marco Rizzo, the baritone who'd been playing Baron Scarpia, a burly man whose imposing physical presence belied the gentle voice with which he now inquired about Elena's condition. Maria Esposito, Elena's dresser, slipped in quietly and took a seat near the door, her plain face marked by genuine distress. She was followed by the stage manager, Paolo Conti, a thin, nervous man whose eyes darted around the room as if searching for mistakes to correct. The final arrival was unexpected. A distinguished gentleman in evening dress whom Poirot recognised as having been seated in one of the most expensive boxes, Count Vincenzo Rossini, the man introduced himself with a slight bow. Was a patron of Madame Bellini. When I heard what had occurred and that an investigation might be undertaken, I felt I should make myself available. Most civic-minded of you, Count, Poirot murmured, noting the use of the past tense with interest. Maestro Venturi cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe most of you know Monsieur Hercule Poirot, the renowned detective. He has graciously offered to look into tonight's incident while we await news from the hospital. Detective Sophia Ricci's voice held a note of surprise. Surely that's premature. Madame Bellini has been working too hard under too much pressure. A collapse is unfortunate but hardly suspicious. Perhaps, Poirot replied equably. But in my experience, it is better to gather information and find it unnecessary than to need it later, and find it has vanished like morning mist. I hope you will all indulge my professional curiosity. There was a murmur of assent, though Poirot did not miss the glance exchanged between Sophia and Carlo, look laden with meaning that he could not yet interpret but filed away for future reference. Excellent, he said, taking a seat at the head of the table. Let us begin with the facts as we know them. This evening, during Act 2 of Tosca, Madame Bellini began to display signs of distress, culminating in her collapse during the aria Visidate. According to the physician who attended her, her symptoms might be consistent with certain types of poisoning, though natural causes cannot be ruled out. Out, poisoning. Maria gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. But who would want to harm Madame Bellini? Heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the ticking of an ornate clock on the mantelpiece. Poirot allowed the silence to stretch, his keen eyes observing the reactions around the table. Discomfort, shock, and in one or two cases a stillness that spoke of carefully controlled emotion. Indeed, that is the question, he said, finally. But before we consider motives, let us establish the timeline of events. Maestro, perhaps you could begin by telling us when you last saw Madame Bellini before the performance, and if you observed anything unusual. Venturi stroked his silver goatee thoughtfully. I visited her dressing room briefly, about an hour before curtain. It is a tradition between us, a moment to connect before the performance begins. She seemed in excellent spirits, perhaps a little tired, but that is not unusual before a demanding role. And was she alone when you visited? Yes, though I believe Maria had just stepped out to fetch something. The dresser nodded confirmation. Fresh towels for after the performance. Madame always preferred warm towels to cool down. And when you were in her dressing room, Poirot continued, addressing Venturi, did you observe a champagne flute on her vanity? One with a crimson ribbon tied around the stem. The conductor frowned. No, I don't recall seeing anything like that. I didn't bring any champagne to her room, Maria added quickly. Madame never drinks before performing. She says it dries the vocal cords. Poirot nodded, his expression revealing nothing. So the champagne appeared sometime after the maestro's visit, but before Madame Bellini took the stage. Most interesting. Did anyone else visit her dressing room during this period? There was a moment of hesitation before Sophia Ricci spoke. I stopped by briefly to wish her well. Her tone was perfectly modulated, professional. It's customary for the understudy to pay respects to the principal before a performance. And what time would this have been? Mademoiselle, perhaps 40 minutes before curtain. We spoke for only a moment. And did you notice the champagne flute at that time? Sophia's perfectly arched eyebrows drew together slightly. I don't recall. I wasn't paying attention to Madame Bellini's vanity. Of course, Poirot said smoothly. Monsieur Bianchi, I believe you also had contact with Madame Bellini before the performance. Can you tell us about that encounter? Carlo, who had resumed his pacing, stopped abruptly. We passed in the corridor backstage, perhaps 20 minutes before the overture. We exchanged a few words, nothing of consequence. Professional courtesies. You didn't enter her dressing room? No, he replied firmly. Our conversation was brief and in the public area backstage. I see. And did anyone else have occasion to speak with or visit Madame Bellini before the performance? Count Rossini cleared his throat. I sent flowers, as is my custom, but I did not personally deliver them. The theatre staff would have taken them to her dressing room. That is correct, Paolo Conti confirmed. We received several floral arrangements for Madame Bellini this afternoon. They were all delivered to her dressing room around 4 o'clock. Well, before she arrived at the theatre, but not champagne. Poirot pressed. The stage manager shook his head. No beverages were delivered through the official channels. Any champagne in her room did not come through. My staff Poirot's moustache twitched slightly as he absorbed this information. Let us move forward in our timeline. The performance began at 8 o'clock, is that correct? Antonio Russo, the theatre manager, nodded. Precisely at 8. The first act proceeded without incident. It was during the second act that... His voice trailed off, the memory of the evening's disruption clearly disturbing to a man devoted to theatrical perfection. Did anyone notice anything unusual about Madame Bellini's demeanour or performance during the first act? Poirot asked, looking around the table. Maestro Venturi spoke first. She was flawless in the first act, though I did notice when she came off stage that she seemed flushed. I attributed it to the exertion and the stage lights. I thought her articulation was slightly off in the final scene of Act 1, Sophia offered, her tone carefully neutral. But it was subtle, probably not noticeable to anyone not intimately familiar with her usual precision. An interesting observation, mademoiselle, Poirot said. And during the interval between acts, did anyone speak with Madame Bellini? I did, Venturi said. As I mentioned earlier, I expressed concern about her colour, but she dismissed it as stage heat. Did she mention any discomfort, any unusual symptoms? The conductor considered this. She did clear her throat several times during our brief conversation. I offered her water, which she accepted. And where did this water come from? Her personal carafe, which Maria always prepares and places in the wings. All eyes turned to the dresser, who paled slightly under the scrutiny. It's just filtered water from the pitcher in her dressing room. I filled it fresh before she arrived, as always. Madame is very particular about having room temperature water, never cold. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. And this carafe remains in the wings throughout the performance. Yes, on a small table just off stage, where Madame can access it between scenes. So it is perhaps accessible to others as well. An uncomfortable silence fell as the implication of his question registered. Theoretically, yes, Paolo Conti admitted reluctantly, but the wings are busy places during a performance. Anyone tampering with a performer's water would likely be observed. Unless they had a legitimate reason to be there, Poirot mused. Now let us come to the critical moment. Act 2 began, and Madame Bellini took the stage. Who was in a position to observe her closely during this period? Carlo Bianchi spoke up. I was on stage with her for much of the act. I noticed that she seemed to be struggling somewhat. Not vocally, but physically. Her movements were less fluid than usual, and there was a moment when she grasped my arm with unusual force as if for support. Did she say anything to you, monsieur? No, but there was a look in her eyes. Carlo broke off, his own eyes clouding with the memory. She was afraid, I think. Not stage fright, but something deeper. Marco Rizzo, the baritone playing Scarpia, nodded in agreement. I also sensed something was wrong. In our confrontation scene, her reaction seemed delayed, though her voice remained strong until the aria. Yes. Visidarte, Poirot said softly. The moment when Tosca, facing an impossible choice, sings of having lived for art and love. A pivotal moment in the opera, is it not? It is her great moment, Sophia said, a note of reverence creeping into her voice despite herself. The point at which the audience should be entirely in her power, and instead it became the moment of her collapse. Poirot concluded. Most dramatical, most operatic in itself, one might say. Count Rossini stirred in his seat. Monsieur Poirot, are you suggesting that the timing was deliberate? That someone chose that precise moment for whatever occurred? I suggest nothing, Count. I merely observe that if one wished to create maximum impact, one could hardly choose a more effective moment. Poirot turned his attention back to the group. Now, I must ask a delicate but necessary question. Are any of you aware of threats made against Madame Bellini? Conflicts, perhaps, or rivalries that went beyond the usual professional competition? The silence that followed was telling. Come, Poirot encouraged. We are not in a court of law. I seek only to understand the landscape in which this evening's events occurred. It was Antonio Russo who finally spoke, his manager's pragmatism overcoming theatrical discretion. Madame Bellini was recently informed that next season's programming would feature fewer of the roles she has traditionally claimed as her own. The decision was not received well. I see. And who would have benefited from this redistribution of roles? All eyes flickered, if only momentarily, towards Sophia Ricci, who met their gazes with composure. Several singers would have opportunities, not only myself, she said evenly. It is the natural progression in our profession. The torch passes eventually. Some torches are not surrendered willingly, Marco Rizzo muttered. There was also the matter of Carlo, Maria said suddenly, then looked immediately as if she regretted speaking. What matters is that, madam? Poirot prompted gently. The dresser glanced apologetically at the tenor before continuing. Madame Bellini and Signor Bianchi were close for a time. When that ended, there were difficulties. Carlo's expression darkened. That was over a year ago. We had moved past it, professionally at least. And personally? Poirot asked. Personally, it was complicated, Carlo admitted, but I had no ill will toward Elena. Quite the contrary. And yet, Poirot observed mildly, you were seen in what appeared to be an intense conversation with Mademoiselle Ricci just before the performance, a conversation that ceased abruptly when Madame Bellini approached. Carlo and Sophia exchanged another of those loaded glances. We were discussing a technical aspect of the performance, Sophia said smoothly. As an understudy, I need to be prepared for any eventuality. An eventuality that, as it happens, came to pass, Poirot noted. Tell me, Mademoiselle Ricci, will you now assume the role of Tosca for the remainder of the run? That depends on Madame Bellini's condition, Antonio Russo interjected hastily. and whether the performances continue at all. This is a tragedy for our company, regardless of how we proceed." Count Rossini, who had been silent for some time, leaned forward. "There is another matter that perhaps should be mentioned. Elena, Madame Bellini, had been receiving letters, disturbing ones. This was clearly news to several people at the table." "What sort of letters?" Poirot asked. "Threatening, in a veiled way. She showed me one about 2 weeks ago, after a dinner we shared. It suggested that her reign at La Scala was coming to an end, and not in the natural way Mademoiselle Ricci describes. The Count's aristocratic features hardened. She dismissed it as the work of a jealous colleague or an overzealous fan of another singer, but I urged her to take it to the police. And did she? No. She said it would create unnecessary drama. Eleanor was always conscious of her public image. Poirot absorbed this new information thoughtfully. "These letters, do you know where they might be found?" "She kept them in a locked drawer in her dressing table," Maria offered. "I've seen her place them there. Though she never discussed their contents with me, I believe we must examine those letters," Poirot said decisively, "and the champagne flute, which may hold the key to this evening's tragic turn." As if on cue, there was a knock at the door, and a uniformed police officer entered. "Excuse me," he said in Italian, which Venturi quickly translated for Poirot. "I am Inspector Ricci from the Milano police. We have been notified of a potential poisoning at the theatre." Poirot rose and introduced himself, explaining his presence and his preliminary inquiries. The inspector, a stocky man with intelligent eyes, seemed relieved rather than territorial to find the famous detective already involved. "We have just received word from the hospital," the inspector said, his expression grave. "Madame Bellini is alive but unconscious. The doctors have found traces of a substance in her system that they believe to be poisonous, possibly arsenic, though tests continue." A collective gasp went around the room. "Then it was deliberate," Venturi said, his voice hollow with shock. "It would appear so," the inspector confirmed. "The hospital has reported the case to us as suspected criminal poisoning. I understand Monsieur Poirot has already begun gathering information." "Indeed, Inspector. I have been establishing a timeline and background, but have not yet examined the physical evidence." "Then perhaps we should proceed to Madame Bellini's dressing room together," the inspector suggested. "I would value your insights, and it would ensure that all proper protocols are followed." Poirot agreed, and the two men prepared to leave the conference room. Before they did, Poirot turned back to the assembled company. "Must ask that none of you leave the theatre until the inspector has had a chance to speak with each of you individually. And if anyone recalls any detail, however small, that might shed light on this matter, I urge you to come forward." As Poirot and the inspector made their way through the labyrinth and backstage corridors toward Eleanor's dressing room, the Belgian detective reflected on what he had learned. The opera world, with its blend of extraordinary talent and extraordinary ego, created a hothouse atmosphere where jealousies and rivalries flourished like exotic blooms. In such an environment, it was perhaps not surprising that someone had decided to remove a fading star who refused to recognize that her light was dimming. And yet, something about this assessment troubled him. Elena Bellini may have been approaching the end of her prime, but by all accounts, she remained a formidable artist. Her collapse had come not during a moment of technical challenge that might have exposed vocal weaknesses, but during Vici d'arte, an aria that, while emotionally demanding, was well within the capabilities of a soprano of her experience. If someone had indeed poisoned Elena Bellini, they had chosen a moment that showcased her vulnerability rather than her failings. It was almost as if the intention had been not to humiliate, but to transform her into a tragic heroine, to turn her final performance into the stuff of legend. The dressing room door was now guarded by another police officer, who nodded respectfully to the inspector and stepped aside. The room beyond was exactly as Poirot had glimpsed it earlier, a shrine to operatic success, with flowers, costumes, and the accumulated trappings of a diva's preparation. The champagne flute still stood on the vanity, a silent witness to the evening's events. "We must handle everything with great care," Poirot cautioned. "The answers we seek may be written not in grand gestures, but in the smallest details." The inspector nodded agreement, and together they stepped across the threshold into the private domain of a star who had fallen from the firmament in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. As the door closed behind them, the quiet of the now empty theatre settled around them like dust after the final catania. Hush, pregnant with secrets waiting to be revealed. The investigation of the Opera House murder had entered its second act, and like the opera itself, the drama was building toward a crescendo of revelation and consequence. But unlike Puccini's tragic heroine, Hercule Poirot was determined that the truth would not leap to its death from the battlements of deception. The truth would be captured, examined, and ultimately exposed to the light of justice. The dressing room of Elena Bellini held the lingering scent of expensive perfume, face powder, and the distinctive bouquet of fresh flowers that crowded every surface. In the centre of this shrine to operatic greatness, Hercule Poirot moved with deliberate care, his eyes missing nothing as Inspector Ricci organised his men to begin the formal police investigation. "We must first secure the champagne flute," Poirot said, pointing to the delicate crystal glass still sitting on the vanity. "It appears that Madame Bellini took only a small sip most fortunate, as a larger amount might have proven immediately fatal." The inspector nodded, instructing one of his officers to photograph the glass in situ, before carefully placing it in an evidence container. "We'll have it analysed for traces of arsenic or other poisons," he confirmed, "but it may take some hours to get conclusive results." "The ribbon is also of interest," Poirot observed. "This particular shade of crimson matches precisely the colour of Madame Bellini's Tosca costume. A coincidence, perhaps, but in my experience true coincidences are rare in matters of crime." As the police methodically documented the room's contents, Poirot's attention was drawn to the dressing table drawer that Maria had mentioned. "Inspector, I believe we should examine the letters Count Rossini spoke of. According to Madame Bellini's dresser, they would be in a locked drawer in this very table." The inspector frowned slightly. "We would need a key, or permission to force it open." Perhaps Poirot mused, his eyes twinkling. "We might first check the most obvious hiding place for a key." His fingers deftly lifted the lace runner that covered the table's surface, revealing a small brass key taped to the underside of the tabletop. "Ha! The classics never fail us." The drawer opened smoothly to reveal a neat stack of envelopes bound together with another crimson ribbon, the same distinctive shade. Poirot raised an eyebrow at this detail but made no comment as he carefully lifted the packet and placed it on the table's surface. 7 letters, he counted, arranged in what appears to be chronological order, the most recent on top. With gloved hands, the inspector carefully untied the ribbon and opened the first envelope. The letter inside was composed of words cut from newspapers and magazines, arranged to form a message. "Your voice fades while others rise. Step aside or be removed. The final curtain approaches." "Charming," Poirot murmured. "The classic technique of the anonymous threat." "And the others?" Each letter continued in the same vein, with increasingly specific threats. The high notes strain. The audience notices. Soon they will hear a fresher voice. Tosca leaps to her death. Art imitates life. Will you fall or jump? Poison destroys from within, just as pride blinds you to your decline. The 5th letter contained a particularly disturbing message. Champagne celebrates new beginnings. Yours will be in the next world. "This is most interesting," Poirot said, tapping the 5th letter. "A specific reference to champagne as the delivery method for whatever malice was intended. And the date on this envelope?" 2 weeks ago, the inspector confirmed, examining the postmark, which aligns with Count Rossini's statement that Madame Bellini showed him a threatening letter around that time. Poirot carefully arranged the letters in their original order. These should be thoroughly analysed for fingerprints and any other evidence that might identify their creator. As the letters were being packaged as evidence, Poirot continued his examination of the dressing room. He paused before the costume rack where several elaborate gowns hung in readiness for future performances that might now never occur. His attention was caught by a small detail, a thread of crimson silk caught on one of the hooks. Inspector, who would have access to Madame Bellini's costumes before a performance? The costume department staff, certainly. Her dresser, Maria. perhaps other performers or stagehands if they had reason to be in this room. And the crimson ribbon, might it have come from the costume department? The inspector considered this. It seems likely. That particular shade would have been created specifically for the Tosca costumes. Poirot nodded thoughtfully, then moved to the flowers that adorned the room. So many admirers, he commented, examining the cards attached to each arrangement. Most bore simple messages of appreciation and good wishes, but one, a modest bouquet compared to the other, caught his attention. Its card read simply, "Remember your promise. Tonight changes everything. This should also be preserved as evidence," Poirot said, indicating the card, "and we should determine who sent these particular flowers." Their search of the dressing room continued methodically. In a small waste bin, partially hidden by discarded tissues, Poirot discovered a crumpled note written in an elegant hand. "Helene must speak before the performance. The situation has become untenable. CC for Carlo, perhaps," the inspector suggested. Perhaps, Poirot agreed, though his tone suggested he was reserving judgment. It would be illuminating to compare this handwriting with Signor Bianchi's. After nearly an hour of careful examination, the dressing room had yielded its immediate secrets. As the police technicians continued their work, Poirot and Inspector Ricci stepped back into the corridor. "I believe we should now examine the area backstage where the water carafe was kept," Poirot suggested. "If the champagne was not the only vehicle for poison, the water presents another possibility." The backstage area of La Scala was a marvel of theatrical engineering, a vast space designed to accommodate the complex machinery and numerous personnel required for grand opera. Now, in the aftermath of the interrupted performance, it had the eerie quality of an abandoned stage set. All the pieces in place but devoid of the life that animated them. A small table stood just off stage left, positioned so that performers could access it between scenes without being visible to the audience. On it sat a silver tray bearing a crystal carafe and matching glass. Unlike the champagne flute, the water glass showed signs of frequent use during the performance, with faint traces of lipstick on the rim. Madame Bellini would have drunk from this throughout the first act and during the interval, Poirot observed. If poison was administered via the water, it would likely have been added just before the second act began, when the symptoms first became apparent. Inspector Ricci instructed his officers to secure the carafe and glass for testing. Who would have had the opportunity to approach this table during that critical period that, Poirot said, is precisely what we must determine. The interval between acts would have been approximately 20 minutes. During that time, this area would have been busy with stagehands, performers, and various theatre personnel, making it both easier and more difficult to tamper with the water, the inspector noted. Easier because of the general confusion, more difficult because of potential witnesses. Indeed, we must speak with anyone who was in this vicinity during the interval. Poirot's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the surrounding area, and we should also examine the champagne bottle itself. If the glass in Madame Bellini's dressing room contained poison, it likely came from a specific bottle intended for her alone. Their search led them to a small refrigerator in the green room where beverages were kept for the performers. Inside they found several bottles of champagne, including one that had been opened. Like the glass in Elena's room, this bottle was adorned with a crimson ribbon tied around its neck. "Most convenient," Poirot remarked. "The poison could have been added to the bottle before a single glass was poured and delivered to Madame Bellini." "But who delivered it?" the inspector asked. "None of those we've spoken with has admitted to bringing champagne to her room. A question of great significance," Poirot agreed, "and one to which we must find an answer." The police secured the champagne bottle for analysis. Poirot suggested they expand their investigation to include the entire backstage area. "The opera house holds many secrets in its shadows, Inspector. Let us see what else we might discover." Their methodical search revealed several intriguing details. In a trash bin near the stage door, they found a small glass vial, empty but bearing traces of a white powder. Not far away, hidden behind a curtain, was a woman's glove, expensive, made of soft leather, and too small to belong to Elena Bellini. "These items may be unrelated to our case," Poirot cautioned. "A theatre this size generates much activity. much detritus, but they should be examined nonetheless. As they completed their survey of the physical evidence, Inspector Ricci received a call from the hospital. Madame Bellini's condition has stabilised, he reported after ending the call. The doctors are now certain it was arsenic poisoning, though administered in a relatively small dose. Had she consumed more champagne? Then we are indeed investigating an attempted murder, Poirot said grimly, and one that came distressingly close to success. The inspector nodded. I suggest we now proceed with interviewing the key witnesses individually. Would you care to join me, Monsieur Poirot? With pleasure, Inspector. The physical evidence tells us much, but it is in the words and sometimes the silences of those involved that we often find the path to truth. They returned to the conference room where the others waited, the tension palpable in the air. Inspector Ricci explained that they would be interviewing each person separately, beginning with Maria Esposito, Elena's dresser, who had been with the diva longest and knew her routines intimately. Maria entered the smaller office that had been designated for the interviews with visible apprehension. She was a plain woman in her 50s, with capable hands and the watchful eyes of someone accustomed to anticipating others' needs. Please be at ease, Madame Esposito, Poirot said gently. We simply wish to understand more about Madame Bellini's usual habits, and what you observed this evening. Maria nodded, twisting her handkerchief nervously. I have been with Madame for 15 years, she said. I know her ways better than anyone. Then perhaps you can tell us if you noticed anything unusual about her behaviour today, before the performance. The dresser considered the question carefully. She was more reflective than usual. Normally before a performance, especially one she has given many times like Tosca, she is focused, precise in her preparations. Today she seemed distracted, as if part of her mind was elsewhere. Did she mention any concerns, any threats or conflicts? Not directly, no. But, Maria hesitated. Please, Madame, anything you recall could be important. There was a moment when I was helping her with her costume. She looked at herself in the mirror and said something strange. Sometimes the role chooses its own ending. I didn't understand what she meant, but there was something in her eyes, a sadness or perhaps a resignation. Poirot and the inspector exchanged glances. Did Madame Bellini have enemies within the company? The inspector asked. Maria's expression became guarded. The opera is a world of big talents and bigger egos, signore. There are always rivalries, jealousies. But enemies who would resort to poison? She shook her head doubtfully. What about Mademoiselle Ricci? Poirot asked. We understand there was tension between her and Madame Bellini. Sophia wants what Elena has, or had Maria replied. Her loyalty to her employer evident. The leading roles, the adoration, the power to choose her co-stars. She's young and ambitious, and she has not had to work as hard as Elena did to reach the top. But poison. Again, she seemed unconvinced. And Carlo Bianchi. We understand there was a personal relationship that ended. At this, Maria's expression softened slightly. That was complicated. They were passionate together on stage and off. When it ended, Elena was hurt but not surprised. She told me once that Carlo was like a beautiful aria, magnificent but fleeting. Did she know that Carlo and Sophia had become close? The inspector asked delicately. Maria's eyes widened. You think they... I don't know for certain. Elena never spoke of it. But if it were true, she would have felt the betrayal deeply. They continued questioning Maria about the practical aspects of the evening. Who had access to Elena's dressing room? Who might have delivered the champagne? Whether she had observed anyone near the water carafe during the interval? While she couldn't provide definitive answers, her detailed knowledge of the backstage routines helped narrow the window of opportunity for the poisoning. After Maria was dismissed, they interviewed Paolo Conti, the stage manager. A nervous man with the harried air of someone perpetually juggling too many details, he nonetheless provided a precise account of the evening's schedule and his own movements. I was everywhere and nowhere, he explained. The stage manager must oversee all aspects of the production while remaining invisible to the audience. During the interval, I was primarily concerned with a technical issue involving one of the set pieces for Act 2. Did you notice anyone approaching Madame Bellini's water carafe or entering her dressing room unexpectedly? Paolo shook his head. I wasn't watching for such things. The backstage area is always busy during intervals, performers changing costumes, stagehands adjusting sets, musicians stretching their legs. Anyone could have moved through the space without drawing attention. What about the champagne? Do you know who might have brought it to Madame Bellini's dressing room? No, but it's not unusual for admirers to send champagne or other gifts. They would normally come through the stage door and be logged by security, then delivered by one of the runners. This prompted Poirot to request the stage door log, which showed several deliveries for Elena Bellini throughout the afternoon, including multiple flower arrangements, but no record of champagne. So our mysterious gift bypassed the usual security measures, Poirot mused, which suggests it came from someone already within the theatre. Their next interview was with Marco Rizzo, the baritone who had played Baron Scarpia. A burly man with a surprisingly gentle manner, he expressed genuine distress over Elena's condition. We have performed Tosca together perhaps 20 times, he said. There is a rhythm, an understanding between us on stage. Tonight, I felt that rhythm falter during Act 2. Elena's responses were delayed, her movements less assured. I thought perhaps she was taking a new approach to the character, but now... He trailed off, shaking his head sorrowfully. Did Madame Bellini confide in you about any concerns or threats? Poirot asked. Not directly, no. But there had been tension in rehearsals this past week. Eleanor and Antonio, our manager, had several heated discussions about next season's programming, and what was the nature of these discussions? Marco shifted uncomfortably. Antonio believes it is time for Elena to transition to more mature roles traditionally sung by sopranos in the latter stages of their careers. Elena disagreed vehemently. She believed she could continue in the more demanding roles for several more years, and you ignore what was your assessment. The baritone considered his words carefully. Elena Bellini was a great artist. But time is unforgiving to singers, especially sopranos. The voice changes, whether we wish it to or not. Elena's high notes remained beautiful, but they cost her more than they once did. A wise singer recognizes when it is time to adapt one's repertoire. And Elena was not being wise. In your view, she was Elena, Marco said simply. Determined, passionate, unwilling to concede to time what she had won through talent and hard work. After Marco departed, they interviewed Antonio Russo, the theatre manager. A distinguished man with the diplomatic skills required to navigate the competing demands of art and finance, he spoke of Elena with respect tinged with exasperation. Madame Bellini has been La Scala's leading soprano for nearly a decade, he explained. Her contributions to this institution have been immeasurable. But all artistic careers evolve, and part of my responsibility is to guide that evolution in a way that serves both the artist and the opera house. Even when the artist resists such guidance, Poirot inquired. Antonio sighed. Elena's forgive me, was accustomed to having her way. When I proposed that next season's schedule would include fewer of the roles she considered hers, there was conflict. She threatened to break her contract, to go to the board of directors, even to take her talents to rival opera houses. Serious threats to your authority and the theatre's stability, the inspector observed. Yes, but not unusual in our world. Artists are passionate people. They often speak in the heat of emotion and later reconsider. I believed Elena would eventually accept the inevitable transitions in her career. And if she did not? Poirot asked quietly. Antonio met his gaze steadily. Then difficult decisions would have been made. But I assure you, Monsieur Poirot, that while I might battle with Elena Bellini in the boardroom, I would never wish her physical harm. Her artistic legacy is too valuable to La Scala, regardless of our disagreements. The interviews continued with Count Vincenzo Rossini, who proved to be more than a mere patron of the arts. His relationship with Elena, it emerged, had recently evolved from professional admiration to personal involvement. We had been seeing each other socially for approximately 3 months, the Count explained with aristocratic reserve. Elena was, A fascinating woman, complex and brilliantly talented. Our association was discreet but not secret. And was this association exclusive, Count Rossini? Poirot asked delicately. The Count's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. I believed it to be. Whether Elena shared that belief. He left the sentence unfinished. You had doubts about her fidelity. Let us say that Elena's passionate nature extended beyond her performances. Her history with certain colleagues suggested a certain flexibility in her affections. Were you aware of the threatening letters she'd been receiving? She showed me one, as I mentioned earlier. When I urged her to take them to the police, she dismissed my concerns. Eleanor believed they were simply the work of a jealous rival, nothing to be taken seriously. Did she mention any specific rivals who might harbour such jealousy? The Count hesitated. She spoke occasionally of Sophia Ricci's ambitions, and there was some bitterness regarding Carlo Bianchi's attention shifting elsewhere after their affair ended. But she never accused either of them directly in connection with the letters. One final question, if I may, Count. Were you aware of any financial concerns in Madame Bellini's life? Any pressures beyond the artistic ones we have discussed? This question seemed to surprise the aristocrat. Financial concerns? No. Elena commanded the highest fees in the opera world. Her lifestyle was luxurious but within her means. Why do you ask? In my experience, Count, motives for criminal acts often fall into one of three categories: passion, power, or profit. We have heard much about the first two this evening, but little about the third. The Count nodded thoughtfully. I see. Well, to my knowledge, Elena's finances were secure, but of course, one never knows everything about another person, no matter how intimate the relationship. As the Count departed, Poirot and Inspector Ricci prepared for perhaps the most critical interviews, those with Carlo Bianchi and Sophia Ricci, whose professional and personal connections to Elena Bellini placed them at the centre of the web of relationships surrounding the poisoned diva. Carlo entered the room with the barely contained energy that had made him such a compelling presence on stage. His handsome face was drawn with what appeared to be genuine concern, though Poirot noted the professional performer's control in his expression. Signor Bianchi, the inspector began, we understand that you and Madame Bellini were previously involved in a personal relationship that ended some time ago. Carlo nodded, running a hand through his dark hair. We were together for about 6 months, beginning shortly after my debut at La Scala 2 years ago. The relationship ended amicably, or so I believed. You have doubts about that now? Poirot inquired. Elena was omplex. In public, she accepted the end of our relationship with grace. In private, there were moments when I sensed her resentment, particularly as my career continued to rise, and I was paired with other sopranos, including Mademoiselle Ricci. Flicker of wariness crossed Carlo's face. Yes, I have performed with Sophia several times when she stepped in for other singers. She's immensely talented. And your relationship with her extends beyond professional collaboration? The inspector pressed. Carlo hesitated, then sighed. We have recently become close. We had hoped to be discreet, out of respect for Elena and the company dynamics. The opera world is small, and personal entanglements can complicate professional relationships. Indeed, Poirot murmured. Tell me, Monsieur Bianchi, about the note you sent to Madame Bellini before the performance, the one that mentioned an untenable situation. Surprise registered on Carlo's face, quickly replaced by resignation. You found that, yes, I wrote to Elena earlier today. I had planned to speak with her before the performance about Sophia and me. I felt she deserved to hear about our relationship directly, rather than through gossip. A considerate gesture, Poirot observed. Did the number? When I saw Elena backstage, the moment didn't seem right. The note was impulsive. Perhaps I was hoping to clear my conscience more than considering her feelings. Carlo looked genuinely remorseful. Now I wonder if the knowledge that distracted her during the performance contributed to her collapse in some way. Rest assured, Monsieur Bianchi, that Madame Bellini's collapse was not caused by emotional distress, Poirot said firmly. The hospital has confirmed arsenic poisoning. Carlo paled visibly. Poisoned? But who would... He broke off, the implications of the investigation suddenly clear to him. Surely you don't suspect me? I could never harm Elena, regardless of how our personal relationship evolved. We are considering all possibilities, the inspector said neutrally. Your movements during the interval between acts are of particular interest. Carlo described his activities in detail, changing parts of his costume, reviewing music with the conductor briefly, speaking with several colleagues. His account could be verified by multiple witnesses, though there remained a gap of several minutes when he claimed to have been alone in his dressing room, centering himself for the emotional demands of Act 2. As Carlo was dismissed, Poirot and the inspector exchanged thoughtful glances. He seems genuinely shocked by the poisoning, the inspector observed. Yes, Poirot agreed. But as we have noted, these are all performers of the highest caliber. The ability to project genuine emotion is their stock in trade. Their final interview of the evening was with Sophia Ricci, Eleanor's understudy and apparent rival both professionally and personally. She entered the room with impeccable poise, her beauty enhanced rather than diminished by the late hour and stressful circumstances. Mademoiselle Ricci, Poirot began. You've been Madame Bellini's understudy for how long? Nearly 2 years, Sophia replied. It is a position of honour, though not without frustrations. Eleanor was, famously resilient. Before tonight, I had stepped into her roles only 3 times, always due to scheduling conflicts rather than illness or inability. And how would you characterise your relationship with Madame Bellini? Sophia considered the question carefully. Professional, respectful. We were not friends but colleagues. I admired her artistry while recognising that our approaches to the same roles often differed significantly. There was no tension between you regarding your career advancement or your relationship with Signor Bianchi. A flicker of annoyance crossed Sophia's perfect features. There is always tension in the opera world, Monsieur Poirot. Roles are limited, especially for women, as for Carlo. She paused, then continued with calculated frankness. Eleanor had no claim on him. Their relationship ended long before ours began, and yet, the inspector interjected, you chose to keep your relationship with Signor Bianchi secret, discreet, not secret, Sophia corrected. It was a matter of professional courtesy and timing. The company is in the middle of a production. Personal matters should not interfere with artistic concerns. A commendable principle, Poirot observed. Tell me, mademoiselle, did you visit Madame Bellini's dressing room before the performance? Briefly, yes. It is customary for the understudy to pay respects to the principal before a performance. And did you notice a champagne flute on her vanity at that time? One with a distinctive crimson ribbon matching the colour of her costume? Sophia's composure faltered slightly. I don't recall specifically. There were many flowers, gifts from admirers. The room was cluttered with such tokens, but a champagne flute, particularly one so distinctively decorated, would surely stand out among flowers and cards. Perhaps I did notice it, Sophia conceded, but it made no impression on me. Admirers often send champagne before performances. Did you know that Madame Bellini never drinks alcohol before singing? Poirot asked innocently. Sophia hesitated. I may have heard her mention such a preference. And yet, this evening she made an exception. Most curious, is it not? Sophia's dark eyes met Poirot's steadily. If you are suggesting that I had something to do with the champagne, or with whatever happened to Elena, you are mistaken, Monsieur Poirot. While I will not pretend excessive grief over an opportunity to advance my career, I would never resort to criminal means to do so. Your career will indeed advance now, will it not? The inspector asked. With Madame Bellini incapacitated, will you assume the role of Tosca for the remainder of the run? If the performances continue, yes, that would be the natural progression. But I would have preferred to earn the role through recognised talent, not this way. As their questions continued, Sophia maintained her composure, providing plausible explanations for her activities throughout the evening, including during the critical interval between acts. Like Carlo, there was a period of time she claimed to have been alone, preparing mentally for the possibility of being called upon to perform, though in her case it was in a small practice room near the chorus dressing area. When the interview concluded and Sophia had been dismissed, Poirot and Inspector Ricci compared notes on the evening's revelations. We have a complex web of motives and opportunities, the inspector observed. Professional rivalry, personal jealousies, artistic conflicts, romantic entanglements, any of which might drive someone to eliminate Elena Bellini from the equation. Indeed, Poirot agreed. And yet, something about this case continues to trouble me. The method chosen, poison in champagne, suggests premeditation, careful planning. Yet the timing and execution seem almost theatrical, as if the perpetrator wished not merely to remove Madame Bellini, but to create a dramatic spectacle of her fall. Opera people, the inspector said with a shrug. Even their crimes have a flair for the dramatic. Perhaps, Poirot mused, or perhaps there is something more complex at work here, a performance within a performance with motivations that we have not yet fully understood. As they prepared to conclude their initial investigation, a police officer entered with an update from the hospital. Madame Bellini has regained consciousness, he reported. The doctors say she is weak but stable and able to receive visitors, briefly. Poirot's eyes lit up. Then we must seize this opportunity, Inspector. The victim herself may hold the key to this mystery. As they gathered their notes and prepared to depart for the hospital, Poirot cast a final glance around the now quiet theatre. La Scala had witnessed countless dramas over its long history, tales of love and betrayal, triumph and tragedy, life and death. But tonight's real-life drama had yet to reach its conclusion, and like the opera that had been so dramatically interrupted, the final act promised revelations that would bring the true villain into the spotlight at last. The Milano night had deepened into velvety darkness by the time Hercule Poirot and Inspector Ricci arrived at the hospital. The grand boulevards that had earlier bustled with opera-goers were now quiet, with only occasional automobiles purring past like cats in the darkness. The hospital itself stood as an island of the light and activity in the sleeping city, its windows glowing with the perpetual vigilance of those who tended to the ill and injured. A young doctor met them at the entrance to the private wing where Elena Bellini had been installed. "She is awake but very weak," he cautioned in softly accented English. "The poison has been identified as arsenic, administered in what might be called a measured dose, enough to cause dramatic symptoms and potential long-term damage, but not necessarily fatal if treated promptly." "A curious choice for a would-be murderer," Poirot observed, almost as if the intention was not to kill but to incapacitate. The doctor nodded thoughtfully. "That aligns with our findings. A truly lethal dose would have acted more rapidly and with more severe symptoms. This was precise." "Suggesting someone with knowledge of poisons," Inspector Ricci noted, "or someone who received expert advice." "You may see her now," the doctor said, leading them toward a private room at the end of the corridor. "But please, no more than 10 minutes. She needs rest if she's to recover fully." The room they entered was dimly lit, with a single lamp casting a warm glow over the bed where Elena Bellini lay. Even in illness, there was something regal about her presence. Her dark hair spread across the white pillow like a mourning veil, and her face, though pale, retained the strong features that had made her such a compelling presence on stage. Her eyes, those famous expressive eyes that could portray Tosca's passion or Mimi's frailty with equal conviction, opened as they approached. "Madame Bellini," Poirot said softly, bowing slightly. "I am Hercule Poirot. This is Inspector Ricci of the Milano police. We hope we do not intrude upon your recovery." A faint smile touched Elena's lips. "The famous detective," she murmured, her voice a shadow of the instrument that had filled La Scala just hours before. "I'd heard you were in the audience. Stroke of fortune, perhaps. For the investigation, certainly," Poirot agreed. "Though I deeply regret the circumstances that have made such an investigation necessary." Elena's gaze shifted to the inspector, then back to Poirot. "Then it is confirmed. Someone poisoned me?" "Yes, madame. Arsenic was found in your system, almost certainly administered via the champagne that was delivered to your dressing room before the performance." A complex emotion crossed Elena's face, part fear, part anger, and something else that Poirot couldn't immediately identify. "The champagne with the red ribbon," she said softly. "I should have known it was too perfect. A gift, with no card, appearing just when I needed courage. You remember drinking from it then?" "Just a sip. I normally never drink before performing. It dries the vocal cords, but tonight. She paused, seeming to drift momentarily before focusing again. Tonight felt different, important, as if something significant was ending and beginning simultaneously. Poirot leaned forward slightly. "Madame, did you notice who delivered the champagne, or when it appeared in your dressing room?" Eleanor shook her head slightly, the movement clearly causing her discomfort. "No, I stepped out briefly to speak with Maestro Venturi about a tempo in Act 2. When I returned, it was there in my vanity. I assumed it was from an admirer. They often send gifts before performances." "But this one bore no card," Inspector Ricci noted. "Did that not strike you as unusual?" "Perhaps, but I had other concerns occupying my thoughts." Her eyes took on a distant quality. The letters had been becoming more frequent, more specific in their threats. "Ah, yes, the threatening letters we found in your dressing table." Poirot watched her reaction carefully. "They suggested that someone wished to see you, removed from your position at La Scala. Did you have any suspicion as to who might have sent them?" Elena's laugh was a bitter whisper. "The opera world is not lacking in jealousy, Monsieur Poirot. There are always younger singers waiting in the wings, ambitious and impatient, and directors, managers who begin to look at you differently when you pass 40, wondering how much longer your voice will command the audiences it once did. You speak of Mademoiselle Ricci, perhaps? Or Antonia Russo?" A flicker of something, anger, resignation, passed across Elena's face. Sophia wants what every understudy wants, the principal role, the spotlight, the adoration. Is, as dawn broke over Milan, the first pale light of morning filtered through the stained glass windows of the hospital corridor. Hercule Poirot sat in contemplative silence, his mind arranging and rearranging the pieces of the puzzle that had begun to take shape during their conversation with Elena Bellini. Inspector Ricci had departed an hour earlier to coordinate the laboratory analysis of the evidence collected from the opera house, leaving Poirot to his methodical thoughts. The facts, as they currently stood, painted a picture of multiple potential suspects, each with motives that seemed both plausible and insufficient. Sophia Ricci, the ambitious understudy who would directly benefit from Elena's removal from the stage. Carlo Bianchi, the tenor whose romantic entanglements had shifted from the aging diva to her younger rival. Antonia Russo, the theatre manager caught between artistic tradition and financial practicality. Count Rossini, the aristocrat whose affections had been received with less enthusiasm than offered. Even Marco Rizzo, the baritone, whose professional opinion aligned with the theatre manager's regarding Elena's future roles. The threads are many, but they do not yet form a pattern, Poirot murmured to himself, watching as the hospital began to stir with the activity of the new day. Nurses changed shifts, their soft footsteps echoing in the quiet corridors. Somewhere a telephone rang briefly before being answered. Eleanor had provided additional insights during their conversation, but had drifted into sleep before Poirot could explore certain aspects more deeply. One detail in particular nagged at him. Her comment about the champagne appearing just when I needed courage. What had she meant by that? What had she been facing that required such fortification? Poirot's musings were interrupted by the arrival of a nurse, her starched uniform rustling softly as she approached. "Monsieur Poirot? Madame Bellini is awake again and asking for you." He followed the nurse back to Elena's room, noting that even in the harsh light of morning the diva maintained a certain elegance. She was propped up slightly against her pillows, her dark hair brushed and arranged a silk scarf, artfully draped around her neck to soften the clinical environment. "Monsieur Poirot," she greeted him, her voice stronger than it had been during the night. "I hope you were able to rest. I found the contemplation of your case most restful in its own way, madame," he replied with a small bow. "The mind, like the body, finds refreshment in purposeful activity." Smile touched her lips, a philosophy I share. "There is something I wish to tell you, something I did not mention last night because I was uncertain of its relevance. But in the quiet hours, I have been thinking every detail may prove significant," Poirot encouraged. Elena nodded. "Yesterday afternoon, before the performance, I received a note from an old friend, Giulia Moretti. She was once a soprano at La Scala herself, though she retired nearly a decade ago when her voice began to fail. The note asked me to meet her after last night's performance to discuss a matter of mutual concern. She mentioned having information about those who wish to see you fall. Poirot's eyebrows rose slightly. Most interesting. And did you intend to meet with this lady? Yes, though I was curious about her sudden reappearance in my life. We were not particularly close colleagues, rivals more than friends, in fact. But her message seemed urgent, and given the threatening letters I'd been receiving. Indeed. Did you keep this note, madam? It should be in my handbag, which would have been left in my dressing room when... She gestured vaguely, indicating her collapse and the subsequent chaos. I shall inquire after it immediately, Poirot assured her. This Signora Moretti, what can you tell me about her? Why might she have information pertinent to threats against you? Eleanor's expression grew thoughtful. Julia was always well connected in the opera world. She knew everyone's secrets and had sources everywhere. Some said she was as skilled in gathering information as she was in singing Puccini. When her voice began to deteriorate, there were rumours that certain opportunities were denied her because she had made powerful enemies through her knowledge of their private affairs. A dangerous position to occupy, Poirot observed. The opera is a dangerous world, Monsieur Poirot. Beautiful, passionate, but treacherous. We perform stories of love and betrayal, murder and sacrifice, night after night, and sometimes the boundaries between the stage and real life become blurred. As Elena spoke, Poirot noticed a shadow pass across her face, a flicker of something that might have been fear, or perhaps regret. Before he could pursue this observation, a soft knock at the door announced the arrival of the doctor, who came to examine his patient. I shall leave you to your recovery, madam, Poirot said, rising, and I shall look into this matter of Signora Moretti with all possible haste. Elena nodded, then added, There is one more thing, Monsieur Poirot. The flowers I received yesterday, the modest bouquet with the card that read, Remember your promise. Tonight changes everything. Those were from Julia. I recognized her handwriting, though she did not sign the card. Poirot's eyes sharpened with interest. A promise? What promise did you make to Signora Moretti? That is the curious thing, Eleanor replied, her voice growing fainter as fatigue began to claim her again. I made no promise to Julia. None that I recall, at least. The message made no sense to me. With this enigmatic addition to the puzzle, Poirot took his leave, his mind already formulating the next steps in his investigation. The mention of Julia Moretti introduced a new element, someone outside the immediate circle of suspects they had been considering, yet potentially connected to the threatening letters and perhaps to the poisoning itself. The morning air was crisp as Poirot stepped out of the hospital, the early autumn sun warming the grand facades of Milan's buildings. He had arranged to meet Inspector Ricci at La Scala at 9 o'clock to continue their investigation, which now had a new focus, locating Julia Moretti and discovering what she knew about the threats against Elena Bellini. The opera house presented a different aspect in daylight, less mysterious, more workmanlike, as stagehands and administrative staff went about the business of maintaining one of the world's premier cultural institutions. The performance scheduled for that evening had been cancelled out of respect for Elena's condition, but preparations continued for future productions. The show, as they say, must go on. Inspector Ricci met Poirot at the stage door, his expression suggesting he had news to share. Monsieur Poirot, our laboratory has confirmed that the champagne contained arsenic, a moderate dose, as the doctors suspected. Enough to cause severe illness, but not necessarily death if treated promptly. As I feared, Poirot nodded, and the water carafe? Clean. The poison was administered only through the champagne, which suggests that the perpetrator knew of Madame Bellini's habit of avoiding alcohol before performances, yet expected, or hoped, that she would make an exception in this case. Poirot's eyes narrowed slightly. A calculated risk, would you not say? The inspector nodded, one that nearly paid off. Had she consumed the full glass rather than just a sip? Indeed. Now, Inspector, we have a new avenue to explore. Madame Bellini has informed me of a communication she received from a former colleague, a Signora Giulia Moretti, who claimed to have information about the threats against her. They were to meet after last night's performance. Moretti, the inspector repeated, consulting his notebook. The name is not among those we interviewed last night. No, she is not currently associated with the opera company. A former soprano who retired some years ago. The note from her should be in Madame Bellini's handbag, which was left in her dressing room. They made their way through the backstage corridors to Elena's dressing room, which remained sealed as part of the investigation. Inside, little had changed since their examination the previous night. Though the flowers had begun to droop slightly, their perfume heavier in the enclosed space. Eleanor's handbag, an elegant leather affair with a gold clasp, sat on a side table near the door. Inside they found the usual feminine accoutrements, a compact lipstick, handkerchief, small wallet, and there, folded neatly, was a note written on cream-coloured stationery. "Elena," Inspector Ricci read aloud. "We must speak after tonight's performance. I have learned who is behind the threats against you and why. Meet me at Cafe Milano at midnight. Come alone. There are ears everywhere at the theatre. This concerns not just your career, but your life." "Giulia?" "Most dramatic," Poirot observed, "and most convenient for our investigation. We must locate this Signora Moretti without delay." The inspector nodded. "I'll have my men look into her current address and whereabouts, and I shall inquire among those at the theatre who might have known her during her time here. Perhaps Maestro Venturi or Marco Rizzo. They have been with the company long enough to have worked with her." As if summoned by the mention of his name, they encountered Marco Rizzo as they left Elena's dressing room. The baritone appeared tired, the events of the previous night having left their mark on his usually robust appearance. "Monsieur Rizzo," Poirot greeted him. "You are here early." "I couldn't sleep," Marco admitted. "The thought of Elena, poisoned on stage?" He shook his head. "It is like something from one of our more melodramatic operas, not real life. Indeed, the line between art and life can sometimes blur," Poirot said, echoing Elena's earlier observation. "Perhaps you can assist us. We are seeking information about a former member of the company, Giulia Moretti. I understand she was a soprano here some years ago." Marco's expression changed subtly. A flicker of something like wariness crossed his face. "Giulia?" "Yes, she was here during my early years with the company. A fine singer, though not in Elena's class. She left 8, perhaps 9 years ago." Her voice was beginning to show signs of strain. Were they rivals, she and Madame Bellini? The baritone considered this. In a sense, all sopranos are rivals, but they rarely sang the same roles. Giulia's voice was lighter, more suited to Mozart than Puccini. Eleanor was already ascending to the dramatic soprano roles that would define her career. "Do you know where Signora Moretti might be found now?" "I heard she was teaching at a conservatory in Florence, but that was some years ago. We don't keep in touch." Marco hesitated, then added, "Giulia had a complicated reputation here. She was known for gathering information, gossip, secrets, which made people uncomfortable around her. Some suspected she used this knowledge to advance her career or disadvantage rivals. A dangerous game in a world as interconnected as the opera," Poirot observed. "Precisely." When she left, there were rumours that she'd been pressured to go, that she knew something that threatened someone important. Marco shrugged. "But opera houses run on rumours as much as on music. The truth is often less dramatic, and yet," Poirot mused, "sometimes reality exceeds even the most dramatic libretto, as last night's events demonstrated." After thanking Marco for his insights, Poirot and the inspector continued their investigation, dividing their tasks. The inspector would use police resources to locate Giulia Moretti, while Poirot would conduct further interviews with those who might shed light on the relationships and tensions within the opera company. His first conversation was with Maestro Venturi, who confirmed Marco's assessment of Giulia Moretti as a talented but ultimately secondary soprano whose career had been cut short by vocal issues. "She and Elena were not close," the conductor added, polishing his glasses as he spoke. "They were too different in temperament. Elena has always been forthright, direct in her ambitions and opinions. Giulia was more oblique. She observed, listened, collected information like some collect stamps or porcelain figurines. Did you maintain contact with her after she left La Scala? No, though I heard she'd returned to Milan recently. Someone mentioned seeing her at a small performance at the conservatory last month. The maestro replaced his glasses. If she claimed to have information about threats to Elena, I would be inclined to believe her. Julia always knew more than she should. Poirot's next interview was with Maria, Elena's dresser, who had just arrived at the theatre to collect some of her employer's personal items to bring to the hospital, Giulia Moretti Maria repeated when Poirot inquired. Yes, I remember her. She and Madame were not friends exactly, but they understood each other. Both came from humble backgrounds, fought their way into this world through talent and determination, but their methods were different. Different how, Madame? Maria's hands, always in motion, adjusted and readjusted the items she was packing into a small valise. Madame Elena confronts obstacles directly. She has the confidence of true greatness. Signora Moretti was more strategic. She collected weaknesses, vulnerabilities, not to use them necessarily, but to protect herself. The opera world can be cruel to women as they age, as their voices change. Julia was preparing for that inevitability, and when it came, despite her preparations, she left with dignity, at least publicly. But there were whispers that she had been forced out, that she had threatened to expose certain improprieties involving the theatre's management at that time. The management? You mean Signor Russo? No, his predecessor, Vittorio Bianchi. Bianchi? Poirot's eyebrows rose. Any relation to Carlo Bianchi? His uncle, Maria confirmed. The connection helped Carlo secure his audition here, though his talent would have earned him the place regardless. Vittorio retired shortly after. Julia left. Health reasons, officially. This new connection intrigued Poirot. The opera world, it seemed, was even more interconnected than he had initially realised. As he continued his inquiries, a telephone call from Inspector Ricci added another layer to the emerging picture. We've located Giulia Moretti's address, the inspector reported. An apartment near the Brera district. But there's a complication. She hasn't been seen since yesterday afternoon. Her landlady became concerned when she failed to return last night, which was apparently unusual for her. Most concerning given the timing, Poirot responded. Have your men search her apartment, Inspector. With all due care, of course. While the police pursued this new development, Poirot sought out Antonio Russo, the current theatre manager. He found him in his office, surrounded by papers, apparently dealing with the practical fallout of the previous night's events. Ah, Monsieur Poirot, Rousseau greeted him, setting aside a stack of correspondence. I was just addressing the necessary notifications regarding tonight's cancelled performance. A financial setback, but unavoidable under the circumstances. Indeed, Poirot agreed, taking the offered seat. Monsieur Rousseau, I am interested in your predecessor, Vittorio Bianchi. I understand he left his position around the same time that a soprano named Giulia Moretti departed from the company. Antonio's expression remained neutral, but Poirot detected a slight tension in his posture. Yes, that's correct. Vittorio retired due to heart problems, as I recall. I was his assistant at the time, which positioned me to step into the role. And Signora Moretti? What precipitated her departure? Vocal issues, primarily. It happens to many singers. The voice simply becomes less reliable with age and use. Yet I am given to understand that there may have been other factors involved. Perhaps certain information she possessed regarding Signor Bianchi. Antonio's fingers drummed briefly on his desk before he controlled the gesture. There were rumours, as there always are in theatrical circles. Julia was known for her awareness of others' private matters, but nothing was ever substantiated. What was the nature of these rumours, if I may ask? The manager hesitated, weighing his words carefully. It was suggested that Vittorio had been involved in certain financial irregularities, skimming from production budgets, accepting payments for casting decisions, that sort of thing. As I said, nothing was ever proven. And Signora Moretti became aware of these activities, supposedly. The story went that she threatened to expose him unless certain professional considerations were extended to her. But when her voice began to fail, her leverage diminished. They reached some sort of understanding, and both left the company within months of each other. An understanding, Poirot repeated thoughtfully. One wonders what the terms of such an arrangement might have been. That, Monsieur Poirot, I cannot tell you. But if Giulia Moretti has returned to Milan and was attempting to contact Elena, I would be very interested to know why, and what information she claimed to have about threats to Elena's safety. As their conversation concluded, Poirot received another call from Inspector Ricci, this one with disturbing news. "We've searched Signora Moretti's apartment," the inspector reported, his voice grave. "There are signs of a struggle, overturned furniture, broken glass, and traces of blood on the carpet, but no sign of the lady herself. Her neighbours report hearing what they thought was an argument yesterday afternoon around 4 o'clock, but no one investigated. Given the timing, indeed, Inspector, it appears that whoever poisoned Madame Bellini may have had reason to prevent her meeting with her signora. We are treating it as a potential abduction, possibly worse, the inspector. Confirmed. I've put out an alert for her. In the meantime, we're processing the scene for evidence. This development cast the case in an even more sinister light. What had Giulia Moretti known that was worth silencing her for, and how did it connect to the poisoning of Elena Bellini? As Poirot made his way through the opera house deep in thought, he found himself in the auditorium, the vast, elegant space now empty and silent, so different from the charged atmosphere of the previous evening. He stood centre stage where Eleanor had collapsed during her aria, and looked out at the rows of empty seats. "The perfect setting for drama," came a voice from the wings. Sophia Ricci emerged, elegant as always in a simple day dress. "I often come here when the theatre is empty. It helps me connect with the space, prepare for the moment when all those seats are filled and all eyes are on me. A moment that may come sooner than expected given Madame Bellini's condition," Poirot observed. Watching her reaction carefully, Sophia's expression remained composed. "I take no pleasure in Elena's misfortune, whatever you may think of me, Monsieur Poirot. I would rather earn my place on this stage than have it handed to me through tragedy. A commendable sentiment, mademoiselle. Tell me, did you ever work with Giulia Moretti during your time here?" If the question surprised her, she hid it well. "No, she had left before I joined the company, but I know of her, of course. In the opera world, reputations and stories persist long after the individuals themselves have moved on. And what stories persist about Signora Moretti? That she was talented but not exceptional. That she collected secrets the way others collect admirers. That her departure was not entirely voluntary." Sophia tilted her head slightly. Why the interest in a singer who left La Scala nearly a decade ago? She had arranged to meet with Madame Bellini after last night's performance, Poirot replied, observing Sophia closely. She claimed to have information about the threats against her. For the first time, Sophia's composure slipped slightly. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed her face. "Giulia contacted Elena? That's unexpected. They were not friends, from what I've heard." "Indeed. Most unexpected. And now, it seems, Signora Moretti has disappeared under concerning circumstances." Sophia was silent for a moment, absorbing this information. "You believe the same person who poisoned Elena may have done something to Giulia? It is a possibility we must consider. If Signora Moretti knew who was behind the threatening letters, she would be a danger to the poisoner," Sophia finished the thought. Her dark eyes met Poirot's directly. "I had nothing to do with either act, Monsieur Poirot. Yes, I stand to benefit professionally from Elena's absence, but I would never resort to poison or violence. My ambition has limits. I am pleased to hear it, mademoiselle. Tell me, are you acquainted with Vittorio Bianchi, Carlo's uncle and the former manager here?" Again, that slight hesitation. "We've met at social functions. He still maintains connections in the opera world, though he's officially retired. And his relationship with his nephew. They're close, I believe. Vittorio has been something of a mentor to Carlo, guiding his career choices." Sophia's expression became guarded. "Why do you ask?" "Merely gathering information, mademoiselle. In an investigation such as this, connections often prove significant." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a stagehand, bearing a message for Poirot. Inspector Ricci requested his presence at Giulia Moretti's apartment immediately. They had found something that might shed light on the connection between the former soprano and the current case. As Poirot took his leave of Sophia Ricci, he sensed that the shadows in the wings of this operatic mystery were beginning to take more definite shape. The threads that connected Elena Bellini, Giulia Moretti, the Bianchi family, and the other players in this drama were becoming clearer, though the complete pattern remained elusive. What was becoming increasingly evident, however, was that the poisoning of Elena Bellini was merely the visible manifestation of deeper, older conflicts and secrets. Like the opera itself, this case had multiple acts, and they were only now approaching the dramatic revelations of the middle movement. The afternoon light filtered through the lace curtains of Giulia Moretti's apartment, casting delicate patterns across a scene that belied the elegance of its surroundings. What had once been a tastefully appointed sitting room now bore the unmistakable signs of violence: an overturned side table, scattered sheet music, a broken vase whose flowers lay wilting on the Persian carpet. Most concerning was the small but distinct patch of dried blood near the apartment's entrance. Hercule Poirot surveyed the scene with methodical attention, his eyes missing nothing as Inspector Ricci directed his officers in there. "Confirmed. I've put out an alert for her. In the meantime, we're processing the scene for evidence." This development cast the case in an even more sinister light. What had Giulia Moretti known that was worth silencing her for? And how did it connect to the poisoning of Elena Bellini? As Poirot made his way through the opera house, deep in thought, he found himself in the auditorium, the vast, elegant space now empty and silent, so different from the charged atmosphere of the previous evening. He stood centre stage, where Eleanor had collapsed during her aria, and looked out at the rows of empty seats. "The perfect setting for drama," came a voice from the wings. Sophia Ricci emerged, elegant as always in a simple day dress. "I often come here when the theatre is empty. It helps me connect with the space, prepare for the moment when all those seats are filled, and all eyes are on me, a moment that may come sooner than expected given Madame Bellini's condition," Poirot observed. Watching her reaction carefully, Sophia's expression remained composed. "I take no pleasure in Elena's misfortune. Whatever you may think of me, Monsieur Poirot, I would rather earn my place on this stage than have it handed to me through tragedy." "A commendable sentiment, mademoiselle. Tell me, did you ever work with Giulia Moretti during your time here?" If the question surprised her, she hid it well. "No, she had left before I joined the company, but I know of her, of course. In the opera world, reputations and stories persist long after the individuals themselves have moved on. And what stories persist about Signora Moretti? That she was talented but not exceptional, that she collected secrets the way others collect admirers, that her departure was not entirely voluntary." Sophia tilted her head slightly. Why the interest in a singer who left La Scala nearly a decade ago? She had arranged to meet with Madame Bellini after last night's performance, Poirot replied, observing Sophia closely. She claimed to have information about the threats against her. For the first time, Sophia's composure slipped slightly. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed her face. "Giulia contacted Elena? That's unexpected. They were not friends, from what I've heard." "Indeed. Most unexpected. And now, it seems, Signora Moretti has disappeared under concerning circumstances." Sophia was silent for a moment, absorbing this information. "You believe the same person who poisoned Elena may have done something to Giulia?" "It is a possibility we must consider. If Signora Moretti knew who was behind the threatening letters, she would be a danger to the poisoner," Sophia finished the thought. Her dark eyes met Poirot's directly. "I had nothing to do with either act, Monsieur Poirot. Yes, I stand to benefit professionally from Elena's absence, but I would never resort to poison or violence. My ambition has limits." "I am pleased to hear it, mademoiselle. Tell me, are you acquainted with Vittorio Bianchi, Carlo's uncle and the former manager here?" Again, that slight hesitation. "We've met at social functions. He still maintains connections in the opera world, though he's officially retired, and his relationship with his nephew. They're close, I believe. Vittorio has been something of a mentor to Carlo, guiding his career choices. Sophia's expression became guarded. "Why do you ask?" "Merely gathering information, mademoiselle. In an investigation such as this, connections often prove significant." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a stagehand bearing a message for Poirot. Inspector Ricci requested his presence at Giulia Moretti's apartment immediately. They had found something that might shed light on the connection between the former soprano and the current case. As Poirot took his leave of Sophia Ricci, he sensed that the shadows in the wings of this operatic mystery were beginning to take more definite shape. The threads that connected Elena Bellini, Giulia Moretti, the Bianchi family, and the other players in this drama were becoming clearer, though the complete pattern remained elusive. What was becoming increasingly evident, however, was that the poisoning of Elena Bellini was merely the visible manifestation of deeper, older conflicts and secrets. Like the opera itself, this case had multiple acts, and they were only now approaching the dramatic revelations of the middle movement. The afternoon light filtered through the lace curtains of Giulia Moretti's apartment, casting delicate patterns across a scene that belied the elegance of its surroundings. What had once been a tastefully appointed sitting room now bore the unmistakable signs of violence: an overturned side table, scattered sheet music, a broken vase whose flowers lay wilting on the Persian carpet. Most concerning was the small but distinct patch of dried blood near the apartment's entrance. Hercule Poirot surveyed the scene with methodical attention, his eyes missing nothing, as Inspector Ricci directed his officers in their ex-romantic entanglements, Antonia Russo's programming decisions. But perhaps we should be looking further back in time, to the period when Giulia Moretti and Vittorio Bianchi left La Scala. Precisely. Signora Moretti apparently possessed information about financial improprieties involving Vittorio Bianchi, information she used to negotiate her own departure when her voice began to fail. But what if there was more to that story? What if the scandal was deeper, more damaging than mere financial mismanagement? And now, years later, that old scandal somehow connects to the threats against Elena Bellini? It would explain why Signora Moretti felt compelled to warn her former colleague, despite their not being close friends. It would also explain the timing of Vittorio Bianchi's sudden departure and Signora Moretti's disappearance. As evening approached, they returned to the hospital to update Elena Bellini on their progress and to inquire further about her knowledge of the events surrounding Giulia Moretti's departure from La Scala 9 years earlier. They found Elena much improved, sitting up in bed and attended by Maria, who had brought her various small comforts from home. Though still pale, the diva's eyes were clear and alert, her famous voice stronger than it had been during their previous visit. "Giulia missing," Elena repeated when Poirot shared the development. "And Vittorio Bianchi fled to Lake Como? This becomes more like one of our operas with each passing hour." "Madame, what can you tell us about the circumstances of Signora Moretti's departure from La Scala?" Poirot asked. "We understand there may have been more involved than merely vocal difficulties." Elena exchanged a glance with Maria, who nodded almost imperceptibly, before busying herself with arranging flowers beside the bed. "There were rumours," Elena began carefully. Giulia had discovered that Vittorio was engaged in certain financial arrangements. Singers would make donations to special production funds and miraculously find themselves cast in desirable roles. Young artists with wealthy patrons would find their careers advancing more rapidly than those with only talent to recommend them. "A form of bribery, in essence," Inspector Ricci noted. "The opera world has always operated on patronage, Inspector. The line between legitimate support and corruption can be fluid. But Vittorio crossed that line repeatedly and blatantly. Giulia discovered documentation, receipts, letters, account books, that proved his schemes. And she used this information to secure her own position," Poirot suggested. Eleanor smiled faintly. That was what most assumed at the time. Giulia's voice was beginning to show signs of strain, yet she continued to be cast in roles that should have gone to fresher instruments. When both she and Vittorio left within months of each other, the general conclusion was that she had blackmailed him until her voice could no longer sustain even the most generous casting decisions. "But you believe there was more to the story?" "I never accepted the common interpretation," Elena admitted. "Giulia was ambitious, certainly, and not above using leverage when available, but she was also principled in her own way, and her departure was too abrupt, too complete. She didn't transition to smaller roles or character parts as many aging singers do. She simply vanished from the opera world entirely. As if she were silenced rather than merely retired, Poirot mused. Exactly. And there was something else, something few people knew. Eleanor's voice dropped slightly, though her theatrical training ensured it remained audible. Shortly before she left, Julia confided in me that she had discovered something far worse than financial impropriety. Something that, in her words, would destroy not just careers but lives. She was frightened, which was unlike her. Julia was many things but rarely afraid. Did she elaborate on this discovery? No. She said it was safer for me not to know the details. But she mentioned that it involved the Bianchi legacy, and that certain powerful people would go to great lengths to keep it buried. This new information cast the case in an even more complex light. What secret from nearly a decade ago could be significant enough to motivate the poisoning of Elena Bellini and the apparent abduction of Julia Moretti Poirot? And the inspector took their leave. Promising to keep Elena informed of any developments, they discussed their next steps. The most pressing tasks were locating Julia Moretti, hopefully alive, and apprehending Vittorio Bianchi for questioning. But they also needed to understand how Carlo Bianchi, Sofia Ricci, and the other current figures in the drama connected to these past events. We should speak with Carlo Bianchi again, Poirot suggested. His relationship with his uncle may be key to understanding the complete picture. They found the tenor at the theatre, where a rehearsal for the next production in La Scala's season was cautiously proceeding. The news of Elena's poisoning had cast a pall over the company, but the practical necessities of theatrical life demanded that work continue. Carlo was in his dressing room, studying a score when they arrived. He looked up with evident surprise at their appearance. Monsieur Poirot, Inspector, have there been developments in Elena's case? Several, Poirot confirmed, taking the seat Carlo offered, including the disappearance of a former colleague of Madame Bellini's, Julia Moretti. Does the name mean anything to you? A flicker of something, recognition, concern, crossed Carlo's handsome features before he composed them. Julia Moretti. Yes, she was here before my time, but I've heard of her. A lyric soprano who left rather suddenly, as I recall. Around the same time your uncle retired as manager. Carlo's expression became guarded. Yes, I believe that's right. My uncle's heart condition forced him to step down. I was still studying at the conservatory then, not yet part of the professional opera world. But your uncle's position here surely influenced your interest in pursuing an operatic career. Opera is in our family's blood, Monsieur Poirot. My grandfather sang here. My uncle managed the theatre, and now I perform on its stage. It's a tradition I'm proud to continue. A family legacy, Poirot mused. Speaking of your uncle, we paid him a visit today, only to discover he left suddenly for Lake Como yesterday afternoon. An interesting coincidence, given the timing of Signora Moretti's disappearance and Madame Bellini's poisoning. The colour drained from Carlo's face. You cannot possibly suspect my uncle of involvement in Elena's poisoning. He's been retired for years, lives quietly. And yet, Inspector Ricci interjected, his name appears in Signora Moretti's notes regarding threats to Madame Bellini. Notes that also reference the nephew as proxy. Would you care to explain what that might mean, Signor Bianchi? Carlo stood abruptly, pacing the small dressing room. This is absurd. I had nothing to do with poisoning Elena. Yes, our personal relationship ended, and yes, I've become involved with Sophia, but that doesn't make me a criminal. No one has accused you directly, monsieur, Poirot said mildly. We are merely following the evidence where it leads us, and at present it leads to connections between current events and certain unresolved matters from the past. What matters? Carlo demanded. What could possibly have happened 9 years ago that would lead to someone poisoning Elena now? That, Poirot replied, is precisely what we are attempting to determine. Perhaps you might help us by sharing what you know of your uncle's departure from La Scala. The family perspective, as it were. Carlo hesitated, clearly weighing his words carefully. I was told it was his heart condition, as I said. There were whispers about financial irregularities, but nothing was ever proven. My uncle maintained his reputation and connections in the opera world, even after stepping down. And his relationship with Giulia Moretti? Were you aware of any particular conflict between them? No, nothing specific, though I remember my uncle mentioning her once, saying she was too clever for her own good, and that some sopranos should focus more on singing and less on other people's business. Carlo shook his head. I didn't think much of it at the time. The opera world is full of such tensions. As their conversation with Carlo concluded, leaving him visibly shaken, Poirot and the inspector made their way through the backstage corridors, discussing the implications of what they had learned and what remained obscured. The nephew may indeed be a proxy, Poirot mused, though perhaps an unwitting one. Carlo Bianchi's career at La Scala began after his uncle's departure, but has been meteoric, from debut to leading tenor in just 2 years. One wonders what influences might have smoothed his path, and how Elena Bellini might have threatened that path, the inspector added, or what she might have known about the old scandal that prompted the threats against her. Their musings were interrupted by the appearance of Sophia Ricci, emerging from a rehearsal studio. She paused upon seeing them, her expression cautious but composed. Monsieur Poirot, Inspector. I heard you were speaking with Carlo indeed, mademoiselle. We are following several lines of inquiry in our investigation. Has there been progress? I've been so focused on preparing for the next production. Her voice trailed off, perhaps realizing how self-interested this sounded under the circumstances. There have been developments, Poirot acknowledged. Tell me, Mademoiselle Ricci, how did you come to be at La Scala? Your rise has been almost as swift as Signor Bianchi's. Sophia's perfect eyebrows rose slightly. You auditioned, like everyone else. My talent and hard work earned me my position, of course, but in a world as competitive as opera, talent and hard work are often not enough. Connections, patronage, opportunity, these factors can be equally important. What are you suggesting, Monsieur Poirot? Merely that success in your profession depends on many variables. Were you acquainted with Vittorio Bianchi before joining the company? Perhaps through your relationship with his nephew? A flash of genuine surprise crossed Sophia's face. I met Carlo after joining La Scala, not before, and I've encountered his uncle only at company functions, as I mentioned previously. Why do you ask? It seems there may be connections between current events and certain unresolved matters from La Scala's past. Matters involving Vittorio Bianchi and a former soprano named Giulia Moretti. The woman you mentioned earlier, the one who's disappeared, Sophia shook her head. I fail to see how any of this relates to Elena's poisoning or to me. Perhaps it doesn't, Poirot conceded. But in my experience, the past and present are often connected in ways that are not immediately apparent. Threads that seem broken may in fact continue, woven into new patterns. As Sophia departed, clearly unsettled by the conversation, Inspector Ricci received a call from one of his officers. The news was not encouraging. There was no sign of Vittorio Bianchi at his Lake Como property, though neighbours confirmed seeing a car matching the description of his arrival the previous evening and departing early that morning, heading toward the Swiss border. It seems our former manager is intent on putting considerable distance between himself and these events, the inspector noted grimly. I'll alert the border authorities, but if he's already crossed into Switzerland, then legal complexities will delay our questioning of him, Poirot finished. Most inconvenient, but not unexpected. A man with secrets to protect often seeks the sanctuary of international boundaries. As evening descended over Milan, casting long shadows across the city's elegant squares and avenues, Poirot and the inspector returned to La Scala for one final task before concluding their day's investigation. They had arranged to re-examine the scene of Elena's collapse, the stage itself, under conditions similar to those of the previous night's performance. The theatre was mostly empty now, the day's rehearsals concluded, only a few staff members still present attending to administrative tasks. Paolo Conti, the stage manager, met them at the stage door, keys jangling nervously in his hand. I've arranged for the stage to be set as it was for Act 2 of Tosca, he explained. leading them through the dimly lit backstage area, and for the work lights to approximate the performance lighting. The set that greeted them as they stepped onto the stage was a meticulous recreation of Baron Scarpia's apartments in the Palazzo Farnese, all sombre elegance and implied menace, the perfect setting for the opera's dramatic confrontation between the villainous police chief and the desperate heroine. Madame Bellini would have been approximately here when she began Vici d'arte, Paolo indicated, pointing to a spot centre stage. She had just completed her exchange with Scarpia, where he offered her a terrible choice, her virtue for her lover's life. The aria is her prayer, her moment of existential crisis. Poirot walked to the indicated spot, looking out at the empty auditorium, row upon row of seats fading into darkness, the boxes rising in tiers along the sides, the vast space designed to carry a singer's voice to every corner. And from this position, she would have been visible to the entire audience, he mused. Her collapse would have been witnessed by hundreds, creating maximum drama and public impact. Exactly, the inspector agreed. If the intent was to humiliate as well as harm, the timing was perfect. Perhaps too perfect, Poirot murmured. The poisoner would have had to calculate precisely how long it would take for the symptoms to manifest. Not too soon, lest she never make it on stage, but not too late, lest the dramatic moment be missed. Suggesting someone with knowledge of poisons and of Madame Bellini's physiology, the inspector noted. A doctor, perhaps, or someone with access to medical knowledge. The opera world is full of those who understand the human body as an instrument. Voice teachers, coaches, former singers who now instruct others. As they continued their examination of the stage, Poirot's attention was drawn to the small table in the wings where Elena's water carafe had been placed during the performance. Though the carafe itself had been taken into evidence, the table remained, a silent witness to the activities of the previous evening. This position, Poirot observed, would have been visible to anyone in the wings, but not to the audience or to performers on stage. An ideal location for someone to approach their exploration without drawing attention, particularly during the chaos of a set change or interval. Complete, they thanked Paolo and prepared to leave the theatre. As they walked through the now quiet corridors, Poirot summarised their progress. "We have established several important facts, Inspector. First, Elena Bellini was poisoned with arsenic administered through champagne delivered to her dressing room. Second, that she had been receiving threatening letters suggesting someone wished to end her career at La Scala. Third, a former colleague, Giulia Moretti, claimed to have information about these threats and has now disappeared under suspicious circumstances. Fourth, that Vittorio Bianchi, former manager and uncle to Carlo, has fled, suggesting his involvement in these events. What remains unclear, the inspector added, is the precise nature of the old scandal that seems to connect these events and how it relates to the current figures in our drama, Carlo Bianchi, Sofia Ricci, perhaps others. Indeed. And most critically, we do not yet know the whereabouts or condition of Giulia Moretti, who may hold the key to the entire mystery. As they emerged onto the Piazza della Scala, the evening air cool against their faces, the illuminated facade of the opera house stood as a reminder of the public face of art, the beauty, the transcendence, the perfection offered to audiences night after night. But their investigation had revealed the shadow side of that world, the ambitions, jealousies, secrets and sins that lurked behind the curtain, occasionally erupting into the spotlight in acts of desperation or revenge. Tomorrow would bring new developments, new insights into the tangled web of relationships and motives surrounding the poisoning of Elena Bellini. But for tonight, the rehearsal of their investigation had clarified the major themes and principal players in this operatic mystery. The stage was set for the revelations to come, the final act in which the truth would at last be unveiled. The morning light spilled through the stained glass windows of La Scala's grand foyer, casting prismatic patterns across the marble floor. Hercule Poirot stood quietly observing the play of colours, his mind methodically assembling the final pieces of the puzzle that had begun with Elena Bellini's collapse on stage 3 days ago. Inspector Ricci entered with news. "Monsieur Poirot, we've found her. Giulia Moretti, Alive. Excellent. Where was she discovered? In an abandoned storage facility near the old opera costume warehouse. She was taken from her apartment by two men she didn't recognize. Hired hands, she believes. And Vittorio Bianchi, apprehended this morning attempting to board a train to Vienna. As they spoke, the participants in the morning's drama began to arrive at the theatre's private salon. Antonio Russo, the theatre manager. Maestro Venturi. Sofia Ricci, elegant despite the strain visible around her eyes. Carlo Bianchi, his handsome face drawn with worry. Marco Rizzo and Maria, Elena's dresser. Elena Bellini herself arrived, still pale from her ordeal but regal in bearing. Last came Vittorio Bianchi, escorted by police officers, his once commanding presence diminished by age and circumstance. Poirot addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 days ago, a performance of Tosca was interrupted by the poisoning of Madame Bellini. This act was the culmination of threats designed to remove her from La Scala, creating an opening that others might fill, he continued. Our investigation revealed that the roots of this attempt reached back to events nearly a decade ago, when another soprano, Giulia Moretti, and another theatre manager, Vittorio Bianchi, departed La Scala under circumstances never fully explained. Poirot turned to Elena. Madame Bellini, you mentioned that before her departure, Signora Moretti confided she had discovered something that would destroy not just careers, but lives. Something related to the Bianchi legacy. The inspector stepped forward with documents. These records show systematic financial misconduct during Vittorio Bianchi's management, but they also reveal payments to silence a young singer who had accused Carlo Bianchi of serious misconduct. All eyes turned to Carlo, whose face drained of colour. That was a misunderstanding, he stammered. Because your uncle used theatre funds to buy her silence, Inspector Ricci stated flatly. Giulia Moretti returned to Milan recently, Poirot continued, and began investigating a pattern. Other young singers at institutions where Carlo taught who suddenly abandoned promising careers. She discovered that Elena Bellini had also noticed this pattern involving young singers at La Scala itself. Elena nodded. There was a young mezzo in the chorus, Lucia Esposito. After a masterclass with Carlo, she abruptly left. When I tried to contact her, I received only a brief note. It felt wrong. I began asking questions. Questions that threatened not only Carlo's career, but the arrangement that had secured Mademoiselle Ricci's position at La Scala, Poirot said, turning to Sophia. Mademoiselle Ricci, your ambition to assume Madame Bellini's roles was well known, but what few knew was your connection to Vittorio Bianchi, a connection that predated your arrival at La Scala. Sophia's composure faltered. I don't know what you're talking about. Financial records show that before your audition, you received a substantial sum from an account controlled by Vittorio Bianchi. 3 years ago, you participated in a masterclass at the Venice Conservatory with Carlo Bianchi. Shortly afterward, you left the program despite excellent evaluations. 6 months later, you appeared in Milan with new connections and an audition at La Scala. You were not merely another victim of Carlo's behaviour, Poirot continued. You approached Vittorio directly, offering a choice, compensation, and career advancement in exchange for silence, or a scandal that would destroy his nephew's career. You wanted not merely money, but opportunity, specifically a position where you could eventually replace Elena Bellini. This is absurd, Carlo interjected. Be silent, Carlo, Vittorio cut in sharply. The detective has done his work too well. When Elena began asking questions, Poirot resumed, she unknowingly threatened your arrangement. The threatening letters were Vittorio's idea. When they proved ineffective, more direct action was taken. The poison, Elena murmured. Yes, arsenic obtained by Vittorio, delivered in champagne by Mademoiselle Ricci during that brief window when you were consulting with Maestro Venturi. You have no proof I delivered any champagne, Sophia protested. The ribbon on the glass matched precisely the shade of crimson used in Madame Bellini's costume, something only someone with access to the costume department would know. Fibres matching that ribbon were found on your glove hidden backstage. The timing was significant, Poirot continued. During Visitate, a moment when all eyes would be on Madame Bellini, the collapse of La Scala's diva during her signature aria would create a theatrical memory that would overshadow her career. And if I had consumed more, Eleanor asked? The amount used suggests the goal was incapacitation rather than death. A death would trigger a much more thorough investigation. As the accused were led away, Sophia turned to Elena. You don't understand what it's like to fight your way up from nothing. I had talent as much as you, but talent isn't enough. Not for women in opera. Elena's response was gentle but firm. There are always choices, Sophia. Always paths that don't involve poison. Later, as the meeting concluded, Poirot approached Elena by the window. You will sing again, madame? He asked. Elena turned with a determined smile. Yes, perhaps not Tosca, not immediately, but my voice is recovering. I will return to the stage. Truth has its own music, madam, Poirot said thoughtfully. Less dramatic perhaps than Puccini's, but no less powerful in its resolution. As Poirot descended the steps of La Scala into the sunlit piazza, he reflected that even after darkness and deception, beauty remained, waiting to be reclaimed. After every final act, a new curtain eventually rises, bringing with it fresh possibilities, new voices, and the eternal hope of redemption. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the glowing lights of Toronto, the timeless charm of Florence, the lantern-lit streets of Bangkok, or the breeze-kissed shores of Sydney? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet embrace you. Let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.